Okay, we're on.
Okay, I'd like to call this meeting to order. The time is 6:16. Any individual who requires disability-related accommodations or modifications, including auxiliary aids and services in order to participate in the board meeting, should contact the superintendent designee in writing. Okay, so the second item is the open session items. And the first one is 8.1, comments on closed session agenda items. And those items are 8.3.1, public employee employment. Oh, well, first let me get a first and a second to open.
I move that we open the meeting. Clerk Lewis.
Well, the vote that you're looking at, Edgar, is to go to closed session. We don't do that till after we read the items and hear any comments.
So there, just for the record, Mr. Montes, there are no comments on items in closed session.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, so we have a first. If I can get a second, I'll read these out and then we'll take the vote.
Okay.
So moved, Walker.
Okay. Public employee, employment, discipline, dismissal, release, reassignment of employees, Government Code Section 54957. And then we have another item, A3.2, student expulsion, reinstatement, expulsion, enrollment. And then item A, 3.3, conference with labor negotiators, agency designated representatives, Cuauhtemoc Avila, EDD, superintendent, REA, Rhea MacGyver Gibbs, EDD, lead personnel agent, personnel services, and Rhonda Kramer, lead personnel services, employee organizations, California School Employees Association, Chapter 203 CSEA, and Rialto Education Association, REA, Communication Workers of America, CWA. Item A, 3.4, conference with labor negotiator, Government Code Section 54957.6, designated representative, board president Joseph W. Martinez, unrepresented employee is the superintendent. And the 8.5, public employee performance evaluation, Government Code Section 54957, title superintendent. So we have a first and a second.
Dr. Avila, is anybody looking into what's wrong with the sound?
What is wrong with the sound? It seems good over here. What are you experiencing, Nancy?
Well, for a while, it's just skipping like every word. Yeah, and you can't even understand what you're saying.
Ms. Lucas,
Trouble with the sound?
It's probably on your end, Nancy, because your voice is skipping right now. Maybe you could try to get a better signal at home.
I got a note. We're having problems connecting. Someone over in the boardroom said they're having trouble connecting to the network.
Yeah, but
I just got a little pop-up.
We're all on live right now, and you're the only one that's breaking up. Can we go ahead and take call for the vote so we can go into closed session, and maybe we can get you help with that right now? And Mr. Martinez as well. Okay.
Sure.
We'll start with Ms. Walker. How do you vote? Hello. You move it.
Aye.
For president.
Yeah, I'm finally in, but audio-wise only at this point. So shall we go ahead and start the meeting?
Yeah, that's okay. I just read all the items. I'll let you take here with us now. I was just calling for the vote. Ms. Dean Walker voted in favor. Got to go through the rest.
Okay, why don't you continue, and I'll take it in closed session.
Okay, sounds good. I vote aye to go into session. Ms. Quiz, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Ms. O'Kelly, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez, President, how do you vote?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Martinez, we are back in open session.
All right, thank you, Dr. Avila. Let's see, it's been one of those nights at this end, folks. Spectrum has been doing a lot of upgrades in our area. We were down for 24 hours at my home, and I'm over by Dunn School, and nothing has operated properly since. So, all right, closed session time. Here we are. We're adjournment of closed session. Can I have a motion and a second to adjourn closed session, please?
Clerk Lewis, motion to close session to.
Thank you, Clerk Lewis. And can I have a second, please?
So move, second.
Thank you, Vice President Montez. All righty. Ms. Walker, how do you vote to move out of closed session?
Aye.
Ms. O'Keefe?
Aye.
Space bar. Thank you. You read my mind. And Clerk Lewis, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Vice President Montez?
Aye.
Thank you. And I am also voting aye. So it is 7:02. We're coming out of closed session and into open session again at 7:02. Excuse the side of my head. My desk is less than optimum right now. Okay. I will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Vice President Montez.
Somebody is listening to it other than on the computer. I hear the delay. So please monitor yourselves. Okay, Pledge of Allegiance coming up. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, excuse my belt buckle and belly there. Okay, report out of closed session, Dr. Avila.
Yes, give me 1 second here.
That is so kind of you, making me feel at ease here by having the same situation I'm having.
Yeah. Give me 1 second. I have them right here in my folder. Sorry. Rio Rhonda collected my folder without my permission, so they're returning it. Thank you, Ria.
Isn't it wonderful? It's just like home.
Yes, so Board of Education took action to accept the resignation agreement for certificated employee number 2237521. The roll call vote was unanimous. And the Board of Education accepted the request for an unpaid leave of absence for classified employee number 2302821, April 2nd, 2021 through June 3rd, 2021. And the Board of Education took action to release the following administrative employees from the indicated positions and reassign them to teaching or other certificated positions pursuant to Education Code Section 44951, effective at the end of the 2020-2021 school year, and directed the superintendent or designee to send out appropriate legal notices. Employee number 267811, elementary assistant principal, 210 days. To new position, elementary assistant principal, 205 days. And employee number 26857111, elementary assistant principal, 210 days to elementary assistant principal, 205 days. The roll call vote was unanimous. And that is all we have.
Thank you, Dr. Avila. Okay, we are about to adopt the agenda, and this will be a readout of the minutes of the last board meeting. Report for me to report out before the agenda is adopted. So item E as in Echo, 6.1, minutes of the regular board meeting of February 24th, 2021 will be amended to reflect the correction to the following motion. Discussion action items, F as in Frank, 1, Resolution 2021-20, National School Breakfast Week, moved by Clerk Lewis and seconded by Member O'Kelly. The change was the motion was by Clerk Lewis, not Member Walker, and seconded by Member O'Kelly. So can I have a motion to adopt the agenda as amended, please?
So move, Clerk Lewis. Walker, second.
Thank you, ladies. Okay, vote by board members. Ms. Walker?
Aye.
Ms. O'Kelly?
Aye.
Thank you. Clerk Lewis?
Aye.
Thank you. Vice President Montez?
Aye.
Thank you. And myself, aye. Okay, B, we have no presentations. So do we have Public comments, Dr. Avila, any public comments? At this time, any person wishing to speak on any item not on the agenda will be granted 3 minutes. Dr. Avila?
Give me 1 second, Mr. Martinez. So comments not on the agenda. We have several. And the first reads, hello, I am writing in regards to schools opening back up for our children. The schools being closed has impacted my kids very negatively. My once year-round principal honor student is now failing classes. My first grader is not understanding how anything works and isn't getting the attention needed. This is a very sad situation for all of us, but it just seems at this point schools should be reopened. There's a thing that just, there's things that do not make sense, like strip clubs being open and bars, but not our children's education. It's also a concern about forcing the mask for children. Both my kids have health reasons not to wear a mask, and I would like to make that statement as well. My kids don't wear masks for their safety or their health. It would be really upsetting if they cannot go to school once it's open because masks are required. I hope that the district can come to a good decision to bring the kids back to school ASAP and not require masks and let them be children and enjoy loving their friends and be back to normal. Thank you for your time. Have a great weekend. Rochelle Iriarte, parent. Hello, my name is Andre Balboa, and I am a student athlete at Eisenhower High School. I would like to write a public statement based on the absence of sports and their potential return for the last quarter of the school year. As I'm sure you're aware, school-related activities for RUSD have been canceled for about a year now, and although there are, of course, great risks to bringing back sports in the current times in which we live, and with the conditions we must deal with every day until the pandemic is over, I strongly believe that we as a district have the capability to work this out and bring back sports for our students for at least one final quarter. I am a senior, and it pains me very much to see that we did not act sooner, but I do not wish to express any sort of resentment towards the district or anyone person in particular, as it is understandable as to why things have been slow and perhaps managed in the particular way that they have. Respectfully, I'd like to make a comment about why I believe that bringing sports back would be a good decision, and how I think that with enough sports support and work, we can make it work. Dear school board member representatives, I am writing this on behalf of my second grader who will be a third grader next year. I understand that unlike other school districts in San Bernardino County, RIALTO USD will not be returning to school for the remainder of the school year. At this point, I am accepting of this decision primarily because I know I have no other choice. However, I am also accepting because I know that this will give our school district ample time to prepare to fully open school for the 2021-2022 school year. I have accepted my role as a home school mom over the past year because that is what I am willing to do for my children. Now it is your turn to step up and do what is best for our children in this community. Since the decision was made at the end of January that has allotted RUSD 6 months to ensure that those teachers that wish to be vaccinated receive their vaccines. In addition, it has provided RUSD ample opportunity to prepare for our children to return to the classroom safely. There should be no excuses come August not to open schools 100%. I want RUSD to be fully transparent as to exactly what you are doing month to month to ensure that our schools open in August 2021. Since the minutes of the last two board meetings, February and March, are not posted on the RUSD website, I have no idea what the plan of action is at this point. As a parent and taxpayer, I want and deserve to know. Thank you for your time. I am looking forward to seeing more information from the school board and RUSD in the immediate future. Anita Schultz. Good evening, board members and guest audiences. My name is Gina Tate, and I am a proud parent of 3 Rialto Unified School District students, one of which graduated in 2018 and is currently a college student. My other sons are currently at Carter High School, a senior and a sophomore. All 3 of my boys are a product of many hardworking teachers and staff from Trapp Elementary, Hope Middle, and Carter High School. I am writing this letter knowing that tonight you will be discussing and the possibility of reopening in-person instruction and reopening athletic programs. I know that are so many things that need to happen in reopening in person, but my heart breaks for our current seniors, class of 2021. They have not stepped 1 foot on campus this year as proud seniors. Their only memory of their senior year is a laptop in front of their faces. I hope that you will find ways to encourage, honor the seniors for all their hard work the past 13 years of their academic life. I hope that you can find a way to allow the very minimum a safe in-person graduation ceremony, not a drive-by, for our seniors. I am also writing this letter because I have become frustrated seeing so many other schools in neighboring communities allowing their student athletes on their field. Why are our student athletes at home? Districts such as Redlands, Yucaipa, Chaffee Joint, etc., found a way to have their athletes practicing for weeks, if not months, in preparing for a possible season. Every day that passes, our students are missing out on rebuilding what was lost physically, socially, and emotionally. I know that we have guidelines in place ready to go. Please allow our athletes to have a choice of being on the field. Let them play, let them be involved. The mission of the RUSD is stated, the bridge that connects students to their aspirations for the future. Now is your time to follow through with this. Thank you for your time. My name is Jose L. Balboa. Along with other very concerned parents, would like to ask you and the board meeting to strongly consider the physical and mental impact that our athlete students have been suffering due to the actual situation. So please return to sports practice for this last period of current school year. We are conscious that there are high and low contact sports, and we would like that the board meeting doesn't make a generalized decision, because if not all sports can be authorized, at least let the low contact ones be reactivated. A second issue is the graduation day. Besides seeing my son disappointed, which also makes me feel sad, we bought the gown and cap for my son, and it feels like a real waste of money because so far we are not having a graduation event, which I like to give a feasible opinion. Why not use the football field and do 2 or 3 events complying with COVID-19 CDC health requirements? Thanks, and I hope we can make this happen for the sake of the good health, mental and physical of our athletes and students, and of course for a happy graduation day. Go back to sports practices if there is no competition within the district or with other teams. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Virginia Hernandez, and my child attends J.C. Boyd Elementary School. He is in the first grade and in the dual immersion program. For me, it would be wonderful for the Rialto School District to reopen the schools, but due to the number of rising of COVID cases, I would preferably wait to reopen the schools. I fear for my son's health as well as his mental health and for his safety. I would preferably continue hybrid learning, and it is the best option at this time. At this point, I would wait until COVID cases have gone down fundamentally. In case Rialto School District decides to reopen, what would be the next step? What protocol and measurements will the district take? For example, will the students be provided with masks, and will each student be provided with a mask? What students are able to return to school? How about the disinfectant of schools? Is there enough budget for disinfectant supplies for the schools? In addition, will the students be given a COVID vaccine? Will it be mandatory for students to take the vaccine? If so, If the student wishes to take the vaccine, what would be the protocol? Lastly, what would be an appropriate schedule for the return to school? From what time to what time will the students attend school? What certain days will the students be at the school? Will there be alterations between students? How will the classrooms be set? How much of the CDC guidelines will the district follow? Thank you for your time and look forward to hearing from you. Sincerely, Virginia Hernandez. I would like to provide comment, and for the record, Mr. Martinez, these are all for items on the agenda. I flipped the order, and so just know that these are all for comments on the agenda, and then I will go back to comments not on the agenda. So I would like to provide comment on agenda item F.8 for tonight's board meeting. My name is Adriana Garcia, and I am a mother of two students in the Rialto School District, a senior at Carter High School and a sixth grader at Rialto Middle. I would like to provide comment on reopening schools and reversing the board's previous decision on January 27, 2021 to remain on Bridge Academy for the remainder of the school year. Given the much lower COVID-19 case counts compared to January and the state's push to open schools, I believe students should be allowed to return to school if it is best for the individual child. Recognizing that the county is expecting to move to the less restrictive red tier next week, cases continue to hold is a sign of the progress the county has made. I understand that this may not be the best for every family or every child, but it is for many. In my case, for example, my senior is striving in distance learning and would opt to keep him in Bridge Academy for the remainder of the school year, given the option. My sixth grader, however, is having difficulty online and would truly benefit from in-person instruction. She could risk not being recommended for honors next year if her grades do not improve. I believe that in-person class setting is where she learns best. In addition, I think students' mental health would greatly benefit from getting a little bit of normalcy back in their days. A hybrid model would be best so parents can make the choice that is best for their families and each individual student. Thank you, Adriana Garcia. And this is from Carla Godoy. As a mother to a preschool and eighth grader that attend the school district, I hope the decision tonight is based on the best interest of our children. The past year have been the ones that get labeled as, The past year, they have been the ones that get labeled as resilient, but their needs have been put last. Our neighboring districts are already on the path to opening, and I hope the children of Rialto do not get left behind. By opening before the next school year, there will be already a path in place for them. It's been a year since they physically attended school, and this year has been tragic to many children. They need all the support they can get. Hope the district makes the right decision to reopen safely and puts our children first. Carla Godoy. Good afternoon. I wanted to submit this message to be read at the board meeting tonight. My name is Ana Valencia, and I come to you as a member of the community and a mother of three kids who have been going to school here in Rialto for the last 14 years, with 6 more years to go. My oldest daughter was a senior at Carter High School last year and did not get to end her year as expected. This year, I have another senior who has not been able to step foot in a single classroom or field. From being in Alpha Scholars, varsity volleyball, and varsity softball, her year has been robbed of her and reduced to a laptop in her room with minimal communication from her school administration or any activities coordinator. Senior year is supposed to be the greatest and most memorable year of high school. I find it extremely unfair that surrounding school districts have not only started their athletic season, but have also talked about or going back to in-person classes. I firmly believe it is imperative that these kids go back to a routine that consists of their peers and teachers. Failure to do so may continue to cause them more harm to their mental health. I have talked to many parents who have said their kids have little to no morale with school anymore. including my own, who have worked very hard to remain positive. If restaurants and other establishments can reopen with minimal or no issues, I do not see why schools can't be. Teachers are being vaccinated and students, especially the older ones, know how to take better precautions. And if other schools across the country can reopen safely, I have complete faith that Rialto Unified can make that happen for our kids as well. I ask the board to consider their decision to not allow athletes to play and maybe let seniors finish out their year in a classroom and slightly extend the year if needed. If the President of the United States and the Governor of California are pushing for schools to reopen, let's make it happen. Thank you, Ana Valencia. Good afternoon. My name is Beatriz Meras. I have 3 children attending RUSD. 2 of them are in the dual language immersion program. My questions are, what are your plans to send the students back? If schools open, will we have the option to go back in person, or can we stay in Bridge Academy? And if so, how will the group be divided? In the dual language immersion program, there's only 1 teacher per grade. So how will we make sure all groups are being taught? Now, as for safety, what are your safety guidelines for the students going back? Will the classrooms, campus and bathrooms be disinfected after every use? Will items to disinfect be provided, or will we have to bring our own? How will the classrooms be set up? Will there only be a few students in the class? Will the desks be 6 feet apart, or will they be outdoors? Will lunchtime still be a thing? And if so, how will it be arranged? Will COVID testing and temperature checks be mandatory? And how does the staff feel safe with our students returning in person? I believe in our board members, which is why I voted for them, because I know they would choose the best decisions for our community and our students. I understand some parents wish to go back in person, but I wish to finish the year on Bridge Academy until safety guidelines are planned out and things are better. Thank you for your time, Beatriz Mera. And that's all we have for items on the agenda. We do not have items not on the agenda. We have one.
Thank you, Dr. Avila.
I'm sorry, Mr. Martinez. Okay, I do apologize. We do have one item not on the agenda. And it reads, Dear Board, I just want to thank you for the amazing services you are providing to our community during the last year. As a parent, the lunches and community outreach activities that have happened have not only given us parents some sanity, but also been a heaven sent with the trials we all have had to endure. It really has meant a lot to receive the lunches, as it makes the crazy schedules that much easier to deal with. The drive-through fund activities have really meant a lot to my family, and the fun contests and Facebook events really help things not seem so bad. Thank you for working so hard for our kids and providing the services that you do. It really does mean a lot, and I am forever grateful to your extra efforts and going the extra mile for our children and families. And this is from Deidre Proctor. And that's all we have for comments not on the agenda.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Avila. Just to make sure we don't forget anybody, that concludes both on the agenda and off the agenda comments.
That is correct.
All right, thank you, Dr. Avila. Okay, we move on to comments from association executive board members. Rialto Education Association.
We do have comments here. Good evening, school board members and Dr. Avila. I hope you are all well and staying safe. As you engage in discussions tonight regarding reopening schools for in-person instruction, I urge you to consider the following. Our Rialto community is still in the purple tier, which at one time, before politics became such a huge influence, was considered an unsafe tier for reopening schools for in-person instruction. Our Rialto community has suffered over 3,000 child cases of COVID-19. This is without any sort of in-person instruction. The hybrid model is not a normal return to school. Students would still be home for distance learning on Mondays and only attend school for half a day the rest of the week in order to maintain safety protocols. I do not believe our parents are aware of this schedule. Our students will undoubtedly have schedule changes and a change in their teacher. Our teachers cannot teach distance learning and in-person instruction at the same time. Therefore, there will be a schedule change and a teacher change at this point late in the school year, since many parents will want to stay distance learning and others may want to have their child at the school site. Is this upheaval what we really want? A good portion of our teachers will not be able to return due to health issues and safety concerns. Many will take leaves as they are able, and we will need substitute teachers to take their place. We already have a shortage of substitutes, and we will be competing with other districts to secure them. Spring break starts tomorrow. When we return, we have 53 days left of instruction. Our teachers and their students have a routine. They are overwhelmingly comfortable with instruction and learning at this late point in the school year. Again, I urge you to give thoughtful consideration to the points I have made. We are in the home stretch, and I highly discourage a return to school sites which will disrupt instruction, the routines, and the gains our teachers and students have made this school year. Please stay safe and well. Respectfully, Lisa Lindbergh.
Okay, thank you, REA, for that. California School Employees Association.
We have none.
Communication Workers of America.
We have none.
RIALTO School Managers Association.
We have none.
All right, let's continue, and we're going right into your comments, Dr. Avila.
Thank you, President Martinez. Just a couple of highlights. So March is a busy month full of wonderful accomplishments in our district. This week is National School Breakfast Week, and it is also National Nutrition Month. And our nutrition services staff has amplified the fun with Zoom events and their meal services. We thank them for their hard work and dedication. And March, of course, is also Women's History Month. So go ladies. For those who may have missed our district social media and local newspaper highlights, I wanted to share some student staff accomplishments. Congratulations to Jehu Middle School for earning the prestigious honor of Abbott School-Wide Site of Distinction. School-Wide Site of Distinction is the highest rating that a school can achieve within the Abbott certification curriculum or continuum, School-wide Site of Distinction schools are schools that are implementing both the Abbott elective and Abbott school-wide with high levels of fidelity. I want to take a moment to congratulate Jehu Principal Carolyn Eide and her hardworking Abbott teachers and support staff for working with our deserving students. We also want to congratulate all 5 of our Rialto Science and Engineering Fair student winners who earned the opportunity to ask NASA astronauts Victor Glover and Shannon Walker questions. Students Frankie Lopez from Morgan Elementary School, Emily Muro Ramos from Rialto Middle School, Serenity Menjivar from Dunn Elementary School, and Mia Carrillo and Aileen Andrade, both from Dullahan Elementary School. We thank your parents, teachers, and hardworking staff for supporting our students. These students' questions were selected by Congresswoman Norma Torres and submitted to the 2 NASA astronauts. The astronauts will answer the questions next Thursday, March 18th, during a live streaming event. Thank you also to Dr. D'Souza, our district's lead academic agent for math and science, and Ms. Ana Aguayo, secretary, for working diligently with district staff in making these 5 science student experiences literally out of this world. Lastly, I want to congratulate Desiree Montoya, Carter High School 10th grade student, choir student who was chosen to perform at the upcoming San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools Virtual National Women's History Month event, which will be hosted by San Bernardino District 5 Supervisor, Mr. Joe Baca Jr. Last week, Desiree was videotaped for this event by the county schools office. I also want to thank Carter High School choir teacher, Mrs. Susan Barnes, for being an exceptional teacher who continues to push her students to their maximum potential, especially during Bridge Academy. Congratulations to all these students, and that's all I have.
Thank you, Dr. Abdullah, and wow, congratulations to all for all these accomplishments, and also to our staff for doing an excellent job. It's impressive, even though we have limitations, we're still trying to do the best for our students. Destiny Lopez, comments from student board member. It's all yours. Take it away.
You're on mute.
Oh, I'm no. Well, good evening, everybody. I have a couple comments for this evening. Those public comments. It was a lot to hear. But I just want to, first of all, address parents in the way of, I completely understand how hard it is to watch children be upset and to see children be upset every single day and to really feel a little helpless in that situation. I completely understand the frustration. I completely understand where you guys are coming from in this fight to open schools. I completely understand your need for information. A lot of the comments were, you just want to know the protocol. You just want to know what's going to happen so that you can prepare, which is completely understandable after the year that you've had. And I understand. And I feel like it's our job as a district, it's our job as a board to give them this plan. I didn't realize how many people didn't understand the hybrid plan. I don't know if we didn't do our job as, presenting it to them, but they don't understand. It's become very clear that they don't know what school is going to look like when it comes back. And I want to give them that peace of mind. And I want to be able to prepare our students and prepare our staff, because it's a huge undertaking. And we've already asked so much of teachers. I've been amazed to watch them adapt and change to everything that's happened. But it's a lot to ask of them. It is a lot to ask of them to go back to campuses and just start back up when they haven't touched or seen their classrooms in a year. And I know that the world is having difficulty with us being back in March, because we were in January talking about March, and now it's March again. It's been a whole year, and I understand that it's extremely difficult to see, and I want to just fully extend my compassion to everyone, because it has been such a rough year and not what we expected and not what we wanted. And I've seen so many amazing things happen, but I don't want to ignore any of the struggles that I've seen and any of the heartaches that we've seen. And I really want to make sure that students and families know that I completely see you. I understand how hard it's been. I understand that we've experienced an amazing amount of loss in this last year. And I really want you guys to feel supported. I really want you guys to get everything that you possibly can out of the end of this year. This is supposed to be my lucky year. It's 21, it's the year of my birthday. It's 21, it's the year I graduate. It's 21, my Raider Stadium is open. It's a good year for me. But so I have a lot of hope in this year. And I see it in our parents, I see it in our students who are really fighting for what they feel is necessary. And I'm so impressed by every single person who has had the bravery to comment and had the bravery to ask and to fight and to plan. I'm very impressed, and I'm very proud to be a part of the board. I'm very proud to be a part of the district. So I just want to make sure that everyone feels seen and appreciated. And I want to make sure that we're planning to the best of our ability in coming back to school and doing sports and having a safe graduation. Anything that we do, I want it to be well planned and well thought out and really done to the best of our ability. I feel like we owe it to our community. I feel like we owe it to 2021. Okay, those are my comments.
Thank you, School Board Member Lopez. You come out with such comments. I can't help but think that, you've got the wisdom of an old soul. And you've just got so much in there and you seem to understand so much. So I expect great things from you. So beyond 2021, including 2021, you're already doing great things. Okay, we will continue with comments from members of the Board of Education. And just a quick one for the people who have requested. In section F, it's impossible to tell how long it'll take to get there. But basically, we will discuss the questions and comments from the board. What we know, we'll have a presentation on what we do know. That doesn't mean that things are set in stone, because as you've heard over the past year, things change overnight. So anyway, just some encouragement. Down at the end of this session, there will be discussion, including our wise old soul there, Ms. Lopez. Okay.
President Martinez?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything you can adjust? I'm being told that your audio is coming off fragmented. I don't know if you have two devices on at the same time, but if you can double check.
I heard him fine.
I'm hearing him fine. I believe our interpreter is also having difficulty, so it may be on his end, but I thought I asked just in case.
Okay. All I can think of is maybe I was blocking a microphone. Is again, the desk is set up for the other computer, and surprise, things change in an instant. So, okay, thank you, Dr. Avila. I hope that's better.
I agree with Miss O'Kelly. We hear you just fine.
Everybody can hear me.
Okay, as long as you push the button, yes, we can. All righty. Okay, Ms. Walker, your comments, please.
Well, I'd first like to just say thank you for everyone who's contributed to the input on school opening or possibility of openings, addressing key issues that not only the parents but teachers and staff have been concerned about. And I just look forward to us really working deliberately and diligently, make sure that we're making the best decisions for not only the students but for the staff as well. I know for myself too, I'm like, please open a classroom, my child needs to be in there, but I understand too, there needs to be the right measures for that as well. Just again, thank you for your input. Definitely take all that into consideration, making our decisions and deliberations as well. So thank you for that time that you're putting letting your voices be heard around it. And just the last thing is Happy Women's History Month. Thank you.
Okay. My space bar just quit, so here I am unmuted all the time now. All right, Ms. O'Kelly, it's coming to you. Go ahead.
Well, first I'd like to commend Destiny on her outstanding and intelligent comments. And we are definitely going to put out a very well-planned and well-thought-out program and hopefully get our kids back in school at the earliest possible date. I have some positive news to share. I attended the RUSD First Virtual Youth Climate Action Summit on March 4th. Oh my gosh, this was outstanding. I learned so much from what was presented. They had I watched 3 Tired Earth digital art shows on bird watching and flowers of the desert. And I also enjoyed watching Kiss the Ground for Schools. It focused on healthy soil, and healthy soil will help ensure a healthy planet. Pesticides, herbicides, and other things create chronic stress for the soil. And industrial agriculture has caused us to lose 1/3 of our topsoil in the world. Our land is turning to desert, dust, and we will lose all of our topsoil in 60 years if nothing is changed. We will turn into a dry, barren planet. We need to restore all the vegetation on Earth. It has been done and needs to keep on being done. We need to save our planet for future generations. We must harness the regenerative power of planet Earth. I thought this had such a strong message. And Dr. Avila had an outstanding welcome to the event. And I am so proud of the work we have done in Rialto and of our Green Ribbon Schools Awards. The conference offered a huge variety of topics for all to explore. In Rialto, we are providing strong environmental education to our students with the goal of encouraging them to sustain our valuable resources. We have planted gardens, citrus trees, and other trees at our schools, and the citrus fruit is harvested and used in our school meals. Rialto Child Nutrition had a part of the program, and I love their motto is that they connect cafeteria, classroom, and community. And they have certainly done that this past year in every sense. It showed the amazing produce we are producing in the district and providing in our district meals. So our kids see the fruit grow and it gets picked and they then turn around and get it in their meals. Well done, Dr. Ed D'Souza and Juanita Chan. Absolutely excellent event. And I also attended the Dr. Seuss Read Across America event at Coursera. It was a wonderful time. Myself and several others dressed as the Cat in the Hat and waved at the parents driving by, picking up their food. Hopefully next year we can be reading to the students in the classrooms as we usually do. And I attended the Rialto Nutrition Services Department Black History Celebration at the end of February, as well as the District African American Parent Advisory Council's Black History Month celebration on February 27th. Both were virtual, of course, and very well done. Thank you all for all you do. And it was so good to have some activities to attend. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. O'Kelly. Well, all great comments. That was a great event. I also attended and enjoyed that, and I'm appreciative of our staff. And Clerk Lewis, what do you have for us?
Well, I wanted to state that we hear you, we hear your concerns, your frustration, but I just want us to look back and see how far we've come. You know, there was a time when we were just trying to get the COVID test, and there were long lines at the testing sites. And then just in December, we got a vaccine, and essential workers were the only ones that were able to get the vaccine, and there was only one. And it had to be frozen and a special requirements. Then there was a second. By January, we had seniors over 70. It was opened up. And now in February and March, teachers and school staff and administration. So we're just about a month away from generalized vaccine, COVID vaccine to the public. 1 or 2 months, we have 3 vaccines. So we're making progress. And let's not lose hope. When I hear your comments, the things that really reach me is that you are able to make a comment. There have been so many deaths and so many children and so many teachers lost that their voice will never be heard. Let's not forget, but the progress that we're making We're about 2 months away, 1 month away. You know, let's not lose hope. In my field, as a pediatric nurse practitioner, I do house calls because people are afraid to, you know, take their kid to the hospital in fear. They're in remission. I do telehealth because they're afraid to come into the hospital. And I do a clinic where the people who want to come in, they're cautious and we're spacing. So many of us have lost job in the healthcare profession, in education, in restaurant. The restaurants are just not coming back full service. They're cautious. And being woman history, you know, we have our most valued possession is our children.
Right.
And for us to hold them close. And you can't educate when you're in fear. And a teacher cannot teach in fear, and a child cannot learn in fear, and a parent cannot send their kid to school in fear. And I really feel strongly that this board is really taking the time, and they're going, as a board, we are really combing through everything because we know that our children are our most valued possession. And I really got out and had some fun too, because I went to the central kitchen.
Oh, yeah.
And I was amazed that coming into office during COVID, I haven't been able to meet everyone. I can't wait to go on a tour. I mean, my whole, you know, boardship has been on Zoom or phone or, you know, on the web. So, but, you know, this district have really invested in actually cooking their own food. It's not brought in, it's made. And you know how many districts, when we compare, you know, our district to other district, you don't know the core of the nutrition, you know, so I think Rialto have saved a lot of the services and just continue to fight for the best. We're the best kept secret. We are the jewel in education, and we're connected to all of our sister schools and sister districts, but we are a leader and we stand alone. And I think the board has really said, you know what, our children is our most valued possession. And when we make a decision, our children, our parents, and then the staff and the teacher and administration who we entrust to do the right thing. So continue to bear with us. Let's just sort of say, hey, let's looking forward. We're hearing your concerns. We are reevaluating it daily. Thank you.
Excellent comments. Thank you, Clerk Lewis. Vice President Montez, what do you have for us?
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Board President, Mr. Martinez. I just want to first and foremost say happy school breakfast week. I want to thank Nutrition Services for hooking it up with these really nice Rialto breakfast t-shirts. I'm glad that at least half the board is representing, and I feel sorry for Dr. Avila and the rest of the board members who might have not got one, but I'm sure yours is on the way. I want to just also congratulate women's struggles, women's accomplishments in not only in our personal lives, but in our professional lives, and in our country and in our world in general. Where would we be without women?
There wouldn't be anybody.
You know, the Bible says women came out of a rib of a man. I don't know if I agree with that, but I definitely know I came from my mom, and and I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful for my mother, my wife, my sister, my sister-in-law, my aunts, my nieces, my cousins, my teachers, my everybody, all of the women in my in all my relations, right, in all my life. So thank you to even Miss O'Kelly and my fellow board members and everybody. Thank you. I don't have a whole lot tonight. I just wanted to also thank CABSE. I don't know if they pronounced the acronym or not, but it reminds me of CABE, but it's not CABE. It's CABSE, and it's basically the California Association of Black School Educators. And I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Is it CABSE? I don't know. I maybe this Miss Walker knows. I don't know, but anyway,
It's CAPC.
CAPSE.
My bad. But I want to thank them for sending me this really nice COVID protection mask. And also I want to congratulate their incoming president, which is our very own local county school board, San Bernardino County School Board member Hardy Brown Jr. He's their new incoming president, and I want to congratulate him on that, and just thank the organization for doing everything that they do for Black students and Black employees and whatnot. And education. I don't want to comment too much regarding COVID or the pandemic or the reopening of schools. We have an agenda item that we'll have more discussion about later in the agenda. But I do have some questions, and I do have some comments to make in regards to that. But I'll reserve that for when we get there. I did want to also just remind Dr. Avila and the district staff to look into not only providing free yearbooks for our seniors, but also free yearbooks for our 8th grade students who unfortunately will not be having 8th grade promotions because of the pandemic, unless I'm mistaken, and the middle schools do plan on having some form of 8th grade middle school promotions. Then I would like to participate if they do. But I think at the very least, we can look at trying to get them free yearbooks for both the 8th graders that are promoting to high school and for our high school seniors. The other thing I wanted to recommend, Dr. Avila, I agree with our school board, our student board member, Destiny Lopez. That was an awful lot. That was a mouthful of comments you had to read. And I think I would like to make a suggestion. I don't have a problem with you reading all the comments, but when one person with one voice reads so many different comments, it can kind of sound monotone. And I would like to give the opportunity to the community, to our parents, and anybody else that wants to take the time to call in and have their voice be heard so they can put their feelings and their emotions behind their words. If that's possible, I know other districts do that. Also, other local city agencies do the same thing for city councils meetings as well. I think it would be really easy. Maybe our IT department could look into that. But Dr. Avila, I'd like to make that recommendation. If you can look into that, I think it would be. I think it would save you a lot of reading, because then immediately you go right into your comments after reading all of the comments. And I think we shouldn't make you work that hard. But more importantly, I think we should give the voice back to the people who want their comments and their voice to be heard. That's all I have. I'll reserve the rest of my my discussion for the agenda. Thank you.
And President Martinez, if I can briefly comment. So thank you, President. Thank you, Vice President Montes. We have looked into the suggestion from our previous board meeting regarding yearbooks. That is in the works. It is doable, so staff is working on that right now. The other, for graduation, we're also considering that, anticipating the continued decline and anticipating the state actually adjusting the guidelines for outdoor mass gatherings. And so we have that in mind as well for if and when that decision needs to be made. And then as far as the public comments, we're also entertaining the idea of having public call in and have their message recorded so that we can also monitor the time so that we not have to, enforce that live. So we're looking into that to try and transition back into as best as we can to some state of normalcy as we can. So we'll give you an update as we make progress on that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone for all your comments. Appreciate all that. I'm not even going to make a comment right now. I'm going to reserve it for section F because I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of discussion, a lot of questions, and that's where we're going to need to spend some time. So we are moving on to public hearing, and we have D1, open public hearing. Can I have a motion and a second, please?
So moved. That looks good.
Okay, I heard a motion by Vice President Montez and another motion by O'Kelly. So Ms. O'Kelly, we'll take you as a second, and appreciate both of your comments there, your motions. Let me turn the page here. Let me read it then before we vote. Rialto Education Association 2021-2022 proposal. Pursuant to the requirements of government code and board policy, the initial 2021-2022 proposal submitted by the Rialto Education Association for an agreement between the Rialto Education Association and the Rialto Unified School District Board of Education is hereby posted in compliance with the legislative requirements for public notice. So, do we have any comments or questions on that? Okay, let it just be noticed to the public that at 8 p.m. We did have an open public hearing on it. And can I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing?
Move to close public hearing, O'Kelly.
Make a motion to close public hearing.
Okay, I heard O'Kelly make the motion and Vice President Montez make the second. So, hold on here. I made an error in that I did not vote to open the public hearing.
That is correct.
Let's vote on that real quick. We are opening the public hearing and taking a vote on that. My bad. Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Ms. O'Kelly?
Aye.
Thank you. Clerk Lewis, how do you vote?
Aye.
All righty. And Vice President Montez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. And I myself, I vote aye. So at this point, we already have a motion and a second to close the hearing. Number D as in Delta, 1-1, Rialto Education Association meets the legislative requirement for public notice by the public hearing that we are now closing. Ms. Walker, how do you vote to close the hearing?
Aye.
Thank you. And Ms. O'Kelly?
Aye.
Clerk Lewis?
Aye.
Vice President Montez?
Aye.
Thank you. And myself, I also vote aye. And we are closing at 8:02. All right, consent calendar items. All items on the consent calendar will be acted upon in one motion unless pulled by Board of Education members or the superintendent or individual action. For individual action. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved, Clerk Lewis.
Thank you.
Walker, second.
Thank you, ladies. Okay, preferential vote by student board member.
Aye.
Thank you. And do we have any other comments or polls or any discussion? I'm sorry. The rest of the board? Hearing none, we'll continue with the vote. Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Ms. O'Kelly?
Aye.
Thank you. Clerk Lewis?
Aye.
Thank you. Vice President Montez?
Aye.
Thank you. And I myself vote aye as well. We are moving into section F, isn't that? And at the end of section F, we will have discussion for the public to listen and be informed on some of the questions that they commented on. Discussion regarding opening in-person instruction, as well as opening of athletic programs, will be at the end of this session. So we are beginning section F, discussion action items. Second interim financial report, fiscal year 2020 and 2021, I'm sorry. Can I have a motion and a second, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. O'Kelly.
Second.
Thank you, Vice President Montez. Okay, and we have to approve the 2020-2021 fiscal year second interim financial report with a positive certification, as the district will meet its obligations in the current and subsequent 2 fiscal years at no cost to the district. Questions or comments, including Ms. Lopez? Hearing none, vote by board members. Ms. Walker?
Aye.
Thank you. Ms. O'Kelly?
Aye. Thank you, Mohammed.
Aye.
Thank you. Vice President Montez?
Aye.
Thank you. And I myself, aye, and I echo thank you, fiscal service, and headed by Mohammed Islam. Thank you, sir. And the group. Okay, F2, renewal agreement with AT&T for high-speed fiber optic infrastructure. Can I have a motion and a second, please?
I move, Clerk Lewis.
Thank you.
Second, O'Kelly.
Thank you, ladies. And F2 is to approve a renewal agreement with AT&T for the district's high-speed fiber optic infrastructure effective July 1, 2021 for June 30th of 2022. The estimated annual cost of the district after E-rate discounts of 85% is applied for high-speed fiber optic infrastructure is $60,660 to be paid from the general fund. Questions and comments from the board, including Ms. Lopez? Yes, Dr. Avila.
So the board recently received information on this item. However, that information was inadvertently submitted for a different item. And so Ms. Councilberry is on standby to answer any questions you might have.
All right. There we are. Okay, does the board have any questions for Ms. Candleberry?
No.
Question. You stated it was for a different item?
Yes, it was intended to be for this item, but the wrong piece of information was forwarded to the board. And so I wanted this opportunity for Beth Ann to clarify anything that the board may need clarification on.
I would like to hear the clarification.
Yes, go ahead and have Ms. Candleberry clarify that for the board and for the public, please.
Good evening, board. Beth Ann Scounsbury, Chief Technology Officer. And it was requested that I give a supporting documentation for this item, but I inadvertently gave you information for a previous item, which is E.3.3 for the internet. And the information I gave you, because the internet was actually a bid that went out. You just approved it, but it was just information regarding the bid.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, this is just a renewal for a contract that we currently have with AT&T that gives the connectivity to all our school sites.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so I do have a question. It is item, oh my goodness, I goofed up here. Lost my place as usual.
F2.
Thank you, F2. So is the data or the narrative in the discussion action item tab, is that correct or incorrect?
It is correct. Board items are correct as they are written. It was just the backup information that was provided to the board and the board updates that Dr. Avila provided you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other questions or comments? All right, hearing none.
I have one question.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Is the internet going to be faster?
We added an additional line this last year. So we have 2 lines for the internet. So it will be faster and more resilient. That's why we added the extra line, because sometimes AT&T or if a line gets cut somewhere, that's why we added the secondary line so that we have a resiliency in internet connectivity.
Well, I'm sure a lot of district staff are going to be very happy about that.
Definitely.
Any more comments or questions? Okay, hearing none, seeing none. Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. And Ms. O'Kelly?
Aye.
Thank you. Clerk Lewis?
Aye.
Thank you. Vice President Montez?
Heck yes.
And myself, I also vote in favor of. Aye. All right, thank you, board, and thank you, IT, Ms. Scantleberry. Agreement.
Thank you.
F3, agreement with Voyager Sopris Learning 2020-2021. Can I have a motion and a second, please?
Move to approve.
Wow, everybody. Okay, somebody raise their hand.
It was Kelly that moved.
Okay, thank you. And who's the second?
I think Miss Lewis.
All right. Thank you. O'Kelly for the motion and Ms. Clerk Lewis for the second. Item F3 is to approve an agreement with Voyager Sopris Learning to provide curriculum to use with tutoring and intervention, as well as professional learning, effective March 11, 2021 through June 30th, 2021, at a cost not to exceed $92,813.50, and to be paid from the general fund, Title IX, for $78,413.50, and Title II, $14,400. Questions or comments?
Not Title IX.
Oh, sorry, Title IV and Title II. Thank you. Questions, comments? Okay, Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Ms. O'Kelly?
Aye.
Thank you for the correction as well. And Clerk Lewis?
Aye.
Thank you. Vice President Montez?
Aye.
Thank you. And myself, aye. Another unanimous vote. Thank you, board. Section F4, Resolution number 2021-22, approving state mandated graduation course requirements, the state minimums for California Education Code 51225.3 due to the statewide emergency concerning the coronavirus COVID-19. Can I have a motion and a second, please?
Move to approve.
Walker, second.
Okay. Ms. O'Kelly and Ms. Walker. Thank you, ladies. F4 is to adopt resolution number 2021-22, approving state mandated graduation course requirements, the state minimums for California Education Code 51225.3 due to the statewide emergency concerning the coronavirus, COVID-19. Vote by board members or questions or comments first? I'm sorry. See no hands, no. Okay, and hear nothing. So, Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Ms. O'Kelly?
Aye.
Thank you. Clerk Lewis?
Aye.
Thank you. Vice President Montez?
Before I vote, I just would like to ask Dr. Avila, or if somebody could just briefly explain to the public the difference between the current graduation course requirements and the new state mandated.
Excellent thought. For the public, they want to know as much as we do. Dr. Avila?
Yes, and I have Dr. Chavez on the line to speak to that.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Avila. Yes, currently our graduation, the high school graduation local requirements require our students to meet 210 graduating credits. And for the state requirements, it would be 130 credits. Most of those credits where you see the reduction would be in electives. We would also reduce the graduation requirement, the local graduation requirement of science for that year. And like I mentioned before, the rest of those remaining credits would be elective credits.
So just for clarification, the state required amount of credits is 130, and locally they're 220.
That is correct.
Yes, that is correct. And that essentially we have to comply with the state minimum, and local districts have the opportunity to add whatever amount of requirements in order to issue a diploma from that given district. And this is something that we took up last year, considering the impact of COVID on second semester, and knowing that many students were adversely affected out of no choice of their own. And in order to allow them to continue to work with the graduation requirement, we amended the local graduation requirements for those students who had been affected. This year has been probably worse or affecting more students. And so therefore this resolution is before you to consider giving those students who have at the very least met the state graduation requirements the opportunity to proceed with obtaining a diploma.
Does that satisfy your question, Vice President Montez?
Yeah, thank you, and it makes a lot of sense. It's nice to have the liberty for school districts to develop their own requirements, even if it's 90 credits above the state minimum. But given the circumstances, I think nobody could hold it against us for making those adjustments. And then I believe our student board member had a question.
Just to be clear, will this be coming into effect this year for this graduating class, or?
It's for this year. This is exactly for this year. And keep in mind, it'll be on a case-by-case basis, and we hope to capture every kid who has been adversely affected. It's not intended to have every kid drop classes now if they've met those requirements. We hope that they continue with those efforts in order to be eligible for college, in order to meet college requirements.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Okay, does that satisfy all board members?
And if nobody has any more questions, my vote is yes.
Thank you. All right, and my vote is also yes. Thank you, Dr. Chavez, for the answers. As always, a pleasure. And board, thank you for your votes. Another unanimous. Appreciate that. 5, agreement with Garner Holt Education through Imagination at Myers Elementary School Innovation Lab. Motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Walker, second.
Okay. And who was the first?
Oh, Kelly, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and F5 is to approve an agreement with Garner Holt Education through Imagination to provide Myers Elementary School scholars, community, and teachers with an innovation lab effective March 11th, 2021 through June 30th, 2021 at a cost not to exceed $338,506.73.
$388,000.
I'm sorry?
$388,500.
$6.73, and to be paid from the district's strategic funding. What did I say? 338?
Yeah.
My bad. Boy, I'll tell you, tonight is not a good night for this man. Okay. 338,506.73. That's the actual amount. Questions or comments from the board? All board members? Hearing none, I just have a comment that it's a lot of money, but this is a lot of STEM learning for my grandkids, my educational grandkids. Okay, vote by Ms. Walker.
Aye.
Thank you. Ms. O'Kelly, how do you vote?
Aye.
Okay, Clerk Lewis.
Aye.
Thank you. Vice President Montez.
Before I vote, how many other elementary schools have this and how many don't have it?
Dr. Abel?
So this will be the first school to have this version of it. It's the animatronics, which is a very comprehensive laboratory. There are 2 other schools that have the robotics labs, the makerspace labs, which are robotics, but are not as comprehensive as this one. I will update the board this weekend on my plans to move forward with pushing for more of the schools to go with either STEM or whatever program of their choice. As you know, we have talked about this for the past 4 years as part of our strategic plan, and many districts, many schools rather, have been aggressive in embracing their plans and moving forward with these requests for the district to fund. Others have been a little bit slower. And all I can tell you at this point is that while I've been patient, we've been moving forward, but in the next week or so, I will be meeting with principals individually and making it a little bit more aggressive to pursue these and other programs that fit their local needs.
Do we have other questions or comments?
So this is the first school in our district to have this type of infrastructure, and you said 2 other schools have the robotics part of it?
Correct. Morgan has the makerspace robotics part, and Casey Elementary has it. And Myers has taken it to a different level with their request. Their staff is ready for it. They've embraced it. They talked about it as a staff, and they're ready to support it. And this particular lab provides just a world of opportunities for kids to really get deep into the STEM world.
Okay.
I think we should really look for ways to make sure we get this at all the elementary schools.
And again, I have a plan that I will share with the board regarding that. We also have a plan to proceed with the environmental literacy at schools beyond Morris Elementary School, which is also STEM related, but it's focused on environmental literacy. And then a couple of other schools that have taken it up a notch with respect to making their brand or their schools literacy based. And so we'll include these programs at all the schools that are ready to embrace and adopt this particular curriculum.
Thank you. I vote aye.
Thank you, Vice President Montez. I do have a question, and that is, it gives two dates that are a couple of months apart in the same year. That's a lot of money for just those couple of months. What happens with the lab then? Do they get pulled? Do we get rebuild? What's the plan?
No, the plan gets billed and it's essentially giving us the timetable to have it set up. So it's going to require a lot of work from staff because a room has to be converted into this laboratory. So it's just to set up all of the actual lab itself, but it'll be ready to go when kids come back for in-person instruction.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Avila, and my vote is aye as well. Another unanimous one. Thank you, board. Okay, F6, Extended School Year ESY Program for 2020-2021. Can I have a motion and a second, please?
Move, Lewis, Clerk Lewis.
Second, Kelly.
Okay, thank you, ladies. And F6 is to approve the proposed plan, calendar and schedule for 2020-2021 Extended School Year Program for all eligible students with disabilities at a cost not to exceed $500,000 and to be paid from the General Fund Special Education Budget. Questions or comments? Any board member? Okay, taking votes, Ms. Walker, our survey said?
Aye.
Thank you. And Ms. O'Kelly?
Aye.
Thank you. Clerk Lewis?
Aye.
Thank you. Vice President Montez?
Aye.
Thank you. And I just wanted to thank Dr. Avila and staff for this. It will be greatly appreciated by our community, and it's necessary. And I am also aye. Another unanimous vote. Thank you. F7, 2021 Extended School Summer Program. A motion and a second, please.
Move to approve, O'Kelly.
Thank you.
Second, Lewis.
Thank you. Ladies, appreciate that. And F7 is to approve the proposed student eligibility and priority plan, course of study, calendar, and the schedule of classes for the 2021 Extended School Summer Program at a cost not to exceed, Ms. O'Kelly, help me out if I need it. Okay, it looks like $1,300,000,000 and
$1,300,000.
Okay, million with an M, 1,300,000 to be paid from the general fund. And questions or comments?
I just want to say thank you to the staff for bringing this recommendation. I think it's good that we have summer school available, whether it's distance learning or in person. Thank you.
Absolutely. There are some students that will definitely improve, minimizing the gap that everyone is hearing about. So however it is, it's offered and it's necessary. As every school year, we try and do our best for students. Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Ms. O'Kelly?
Aye.
Thank you. Clerk Lewis?
Aye.
Thank you. And Vice President Montez?
Aye.
Thank you. And I'm also aye. Okay. this is the portion that we're getting into discussion regarding reopening of in-person instruction. It's available to all board members, Dr. Avila. And F8, there's no motion or second required. So F8, discussion regarding reopening of in-person instruction. Board discussion regarding reopening of in-person instruction and instructional programs and activities, as well as updated local, state, and federal guidance related to COVID-19. Dr. Avila, was there a report to go along with this?
Staff is available to present some information for the board to consider. We initiate discussion on this. So if the board permits, I will ask staff to join us with this presentation.
I'm good with it. How about the rest of the board?
Yes.
Okay, and we do have Derek Harris, who is available to present information on this particular item. This is the reopening of schools discussion. So Derek, if you're there, if you can go ahead and take it away. And you're muted, Derek. Derek, you're there?
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Avila. Good evening, Board President Martinez, Vice President Montes, and Clerk Lewis, also members O'Kelly and Walker, and our student board member, Destiny Lopez, as well as Dr. Avila, our superintendent, and our viewing audience. Thank you so much for having me this evening. I am Derek Harris, your lead agent with Risk Management and Transportation. I did want to compliment the board on having open discussions regarding such a courageous topic. It is extremely important, and it is on a lot of members of our public's mind, as well as parents and students. So thank you for that. So I just wanted to go briefly through a presentation and look at where the state of California is concerning the assignment of tiers. Currently, the tier assignment, the information is updated as of March 9th. And if I can draw your attention to the counties that are located in the southern part of the state, and you will notice, with the exception of Imperial County, most of the southern surrounding counties are still in Tier 1, which is purple, or also known as widespread. So California has developed a blueprint, which is known as the Blueprint for a Safer Economy. So as a purpose of review, this Blueprint for a Safer Economy is designed to help reduce the number of COVID-19 cases in the state and to also slow the spread. California has assigned each county in the state to a tier based on this county's positivity rate and the adjusted case rate. The tiers are as follows. The yellow tier, or Tier 4, is minimal, or less than 1 new case per 100,000. The orange tier, or Tier 3, which is moderate, or 1 to 3.9 new cases per 100,000. The red tier, or substantial, is 4 to 7 new cases per 100,000 in population. And then finally, the purple tier, which is Tier 1, or widespread, is more than 7 new cases per 100,000 in population. Now, there may be some changes coming to this tier assignment as the state has been very aggressive in trying to achieve their vaccination goals. But as of today, this is the tier assignment as they exist. So the California Department of Public Health developed a framework to support communities such as Rialto Unified School District when we're trying to consider implementing or returning to in-person instruction. So for schools that have not had an opportunity to reopen because they exist in a county that has consistently remained in the purple tier, this adjusted case rate that exists now under the school's framework would allow for those schools to now apply for the reopening of schools if the county itself, under the adjusted case rate model, is 25 cases or less per 100,000 in population. So schools in the purple tier are tier 1 that serve students in grades K through 6. You may not open for in-person instruction if you are in a county that is exceeding the adjusted case rate of 25 cases per 100,000. Schools in a county that is in the purple tier may not open for grades 7 through 12 as long as that county remains in tier 1 or in the purple tier. The less restrictive tiers being red, orange, and yellow, we must be consistent and follow the July 17th, 2020 framework that governs those less restrictive tiers. I do want to note that in order for a county to move in between tiers or change colors, they must be consistently meeting the criteria of the next tier for at least a minimum of 2 consecutive weeks. So in order for us to go from purple to red, we have to consistently perform at the red level for at least 2 consecutive weeks. Currently, San Bernardino County is still purple, widespread. So bringing it a little closer to home, we've recently had 2 3-day weekends in our district. We celebrated President's Day and Lincoln's Day. And the results of that are usually felt anywhere between 8 to 14 days after an event. So you may notice that when we were gone for the Monday on 2/8, and then we were gone for 2/15, we noticed that the week of 2/14 through 2/20/21, Rialto School District's rate was 12.5 per 100,000. So these are our numbers. The following week, we had another 3-day weekend, the week of 2/21 through 2/27. Our numbers came in for that week. Again, there's a delay after those holidays. There's a delay before you feel the effects. We actually went in the wrong direction and our numbers ticked up to 12.8 per 100,000. So the weight of the decision of the board is tethered to the safety of 26,000 students. And I would add that we are getting ready to go on spring break, which starts March 11th through March 22nd. And so we won't feel the impact of that until we are in somewhere in early April to know how that has affected us as a district in terms of our performance per 100,000 in population. So what does all this mean? Because the county of San Bernardino has an adjusted case rate of 6.7. So that's outstanding. That's huge progress. But I remind you right here, Rialto, our most recent data, we're still at 12.8. So almost double that. So the county is at 6.7 per 100,000 as of March 9th. Based on the county's adjusted rate performance, the district is permitted to resume in-person instruction for grades K through 6. In order for the district to do that, the district would have to have posted our COVID safety plan, which comes in 2 parts, the Cal OSHA COVID-19 prevention program and the COVID-19 school guidance checklist would have to be submitted to a local health officer, which has been done, and would have to be submitted to the state level, which has also been done. Should the decision be made to move forward with reopening of in-person instruction, and based on some of the comments that we heard, I think it's worth highlighting a few of the many, many efforts the district has undertaken in order to ensure student safety and staff safety. Efforts like all employees and students must wear a mask or face covering. All employees and students must practice social distancing of 6 feet or more. We will implement reduced class sizes to no more than 12 to 16 students per class. We have a shortened in-person instruction day. We have increased our quality of our air filters in our HVAC system, going from a MERV, or known as minimum efficiency reporting value, from MERV 8 to MERV 13, which is hospital grade level. We've purchased air purifiers for each one of our classrooms. We're restricting visitors as applicable to the administrative buildings to reduce the number of people on our campus. We have frequent disinfecting rotation schedules for all workstations and high traffic areas. The district purchased scanners for all of our high schools, infrared scanners for the high schools and middle schools and elementary schools, with the capability of taking the temperature of hundreds of students as they pass through to ensure that our students remain safe. In addition, we have staff doing daily health questionnaires as well as having their temperatures taken either by scanner or by a handheld thermometer. Personal protection equipment has been purchased in volume enough for all students and staff. They include masks, face shields, hand sanitizer, disinfectant spray, and gloves, enough for all students and staff. The district also purchased portable hand washing stations for two reasons. One, portable classrooms at elementary levels that don't have a sink will now have a portable hand sink so that we can promote frequent hand washing. Our larger campuses, our middle schools and our high schools will have portable hand washing stations strategically placed throughout the campus to promote frequent hand washing. So we've reduced the number of students that can be in one class. We've also purchased student desk shields, and here is just a picture of one of our elementary schools with the student shields on each desk, and then you may also notice that the teacher's desk is also wrapped in a teacher shield. So, opening the doors. Upon opening the doors for school, these are the following things that would be needed in order for staff to ensure student safety and staff safety. Our maintenance and operation team has worked very hard to maintain our facilities, but they would need a lead-in of at least 10 working days to go in and make sure that the schools are re-prepped for reopening. The transportation department is now faced with the challenge of rerouting students as we have to endeavor on grouping students together as much as possible so that we're not mixing households. We also have to reduce the number of riders on each bus. So to transport 30 kids would now take 2 buses, whereas before we may have done it on 1 bus. Facilities management would need at least 5 working days to update their site plans and to make sure that each site has identified an isolation room in case there is a breakout or a student has arrived at school and with a fever or symptoms that cause them to need to be isolated until they can receive medical attention or be reunited with a parent. Nutrition services would also have to have at least 10 working days to reroute staffing from the meal services that they're offering there to go and reopen cafeterias at certain schools should the board make the call to move forward with reopening schools. So those are some of the facilities and business services related challenges that staff can overcome and meet those challenges. But in addition to that, there are some additional items that would need to be brought to the board's attention concerning grading and academics. So for this, with the board's permission, I will ask Beth Curtis, our lead academic agent, interdisciplinary studies and humanities, to talk about the elementary instruction impact of in-person instruction.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Thank you for that, and Dr. Chavez again. Ms. Curtis, welcome, and thank you for your presentation upcoming.
Absolutely. Good evening, board members, Dr. Avila, and viewing audience. I'd like to give you some information on the possibility of opening the doors for elementary hybrid instruction. Before opening of schools, we know that some families are excited about in-person hybrid program, but others will want to stay in Village Academy. So school sites would really need 10 days prior to reopening to confirm the preferred preference of program from the parent. Based on these new parent requested programs, some students will need to be moved to a different classroom teacher. Currently, our classes are loaded based on a parent survey that was provided in November of 2020. School sites would also need time to communicate hybrid model schedules with our parents. They would need to also communicate expectations and procedures with staff, parents, and students. Hybrid teachers would also need time to prepare their classrooms for in-person instruction. Some of our teachers have not been in their classrooms since March of last year. Some additional considerations. As I said, and I think we heard from our from our REA president, some students would require a change of classroom teacher if they did ask for a different program than they're currently scheduled in. And this change could be difficult for students, for teachers, and for parents. Do know that trimester three has begun, and so grading would require a sharing of grades from the current teacher to the new teacher if the child was moved. And just so that you know, when we return from spring break, we will begin state testing. And our current state testing schedule is based on a Bridge Academy program. So a new schedule would need to be created for those hybrid classrooms. So I'm now going to turn it over to Dr. Patty Chavez, our lead academic agent of secondary innovation, to talk more about what it might look like at the secondary level.
Thank you, Ms. Curtis, and welcome, Dr. Chavez.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Avila and viewing audience. At the secondary school level, in order to effectively reopen, staff would need a minimum of 4 weeks to schedule students properly based on individual needs. Shifting to a hybrid model would create significant schedule changes for students. Keep in mind, the reopening would best occur at a natural grading period. Reopening at a natural grading period would support the transition of grades from teacher to teacher for students who are shifting classes due to the reopening of schools. Fourth quarter begins March 29th. Opening schools for secondary on March 29th would not allow the month needed for schedule changes. Please note, if we do return to school in a hybrid model, students will receive less face-to-face instructional time than they are currently receiving in distance learning. Now I will turn over the presentation back to Mr. Harris, who will conclude our presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Chavez, and welcome again, Mr. Harris.
Thank you, President Martinez. So lastly, I just wanted to touch briefly on another important topic that is definitely going to present itself, and that is the status of vaccinations. So recently, the governor has taken the distribution of vaccinations and placed it in the hands of the county superintendents of schools. So they are now issuing codes to school districts. School districts then pass those codes on to employees, and then those employees go on to the state's My Term webpage, and they make appointments with surrounding clinics, and then they receive their vaccinations. Currently, right now, Rialto is issuing codes to all employees who are calling into the risk management office. We currently have 100 codes available. We've issued 50 codes just today. This goes along with the 430 vaccinations that were offered in February, and along with 300 vaccinations that were also offered in the previous week. Altogether, we've offered over 880 vaccinations to district employees, and will continue to make vaccinations available as the district receives codes from the county superintendent of schools office. I do want to be clear that there are no approved vaccinations for anyone under the age of 16. So we do not have vaccinations approved for our elementary and middle school students. The Pfizer is the only one that goes below the age of 18, and that's at the age of 16 plus in certain circumstances. But generally, vaccinations are for adults. And with that, we will turn it back over to our superintendent for further discussion.
So again, President Martinez and board members, this is information the staff has presented. And I will turn it back over to you to resume the
Thank you, Dr. Avila. I noticed a couple of things. Let me change this muting. The staff was not recommending that seventh grade and up reopen for the various reasons stated. I'm wondering whether the governor or the powers that be would even allow that. I know that T through 6 were recommended to open. And anything else? What does the powers that be have to say about that?
Right now, we're not authorized to transition into the secondary. It's only in anticipation if the county and the district were to reach lower thresholds, that even then the challenges remain the same with those natural breaks, the need for X amount of time to reschedule students, and whether or not logistically, as I believe Destiny Lopez mentioned at our last board meeting, it's a logistical nightmare to adjust. Within a day or two. It's more than just schools being allowed to reopen. There's a lot behind the scenes that have to take place, not only to transition logistically, but also without complicating the contact of that many number of kids on any given campus.
Okay. It's open for discussion, for questions or comments. Any board member, jump in.
May I go? I have a question on, do we have a count on how many students and parent and families opted to go into hybrid? What those numbers are?
I don't know if Dr. Chavez or Beth Curtis are still with us. I believe, oh, she is, okay.
I can, Destiny, that was a great question. I can give you the count for high schools. I know at Eisenhower High School, we had 200 parents that completed their survey. And out of that, we only had 200 parents at Eisenhower High School that opted to go hybrid instruction. At Carter High School, we had 1,200 parents and students that opted to return to the hybrid model. And at Rialto High School, we had approximately 600 families that opted to go to a hybrid model.
If I'm correct, that survey was taken in November?
November.
Right. So if there haven't been a recent survey, parent survey.
No, that is the most recent. We surveyed our families in the summer before school started, and then we surveyed our families again in November for the potential of having to shift those second semester schedules. That's a huge undertaking for our counseling team, and we wanted to give them time to do that work. If we are considering to move into this hybrid model, we would have to send out those surveys again to families. Therefore, we would need those 4 weeks to not only survey our families, but then make the necessary changes to the schedules.
And again, keep in mind that right now we're, I guess, technically considering the reopening for the elementary. We're not at the secondary just yet, although we anticipate that the numbers may change in the coming weeks. We don't know what the impact of the spring break will have on our local numbers. But even so, again, the high schools will need at least 4 weeks, not only to allow the staff and others those 2 weeks of preparation, but the rescheduling, the surveying of parents poses a different challenge at the high school, more so than the elementary level.
Ms. Chavez?
Yes, I heard a female voice. Go ahead.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Montes.
Thank you. You stated that staff need at least 2 weeks to prepare. Did you say 4 weeks to prepare for the testing?
So for schedule changes, we would request at least 4 weeks for those changes to occur. We would need the first week to survey our community and give them some time to complete that survey and follow up with as many parents who have not taken the survey during that week to make sure that we capture as many of their requests as possible. And then we would ask for at least 3 weeks to make the necessary schedule changes. So that would put us beyond the March 29th date of the natural grading period if we started that process today.
And then also, is that's not enough time for the students as well for the state testing, right?
You're correct. So during that time, it would be during the testing window. If we do move into a hybrid model at secondary level, we have the luxury of the periods, the actual class periods, mirroring the same schedule as the distance learning schedule. So what has been submitted for testing would look the same as far as the schedule would look the same. The amount of time that the students would be exposed to that face-to-face instruction with teachers would vary, if that makes sense.
And we only have how many weeks left of school?
We have approximately 2 months and a week.
9 weeks.
So 9 weeks.
Including spring break?
No, that does not include spring break.
Coming back from spring break.
Coming back from spring, that's correct.
It just seems very rushed for me. Only having 8 weeks, basically 8 weeks after coming back from spring break.
Right.
And then I feel sorry for our students because to go from being on the computer all the time, and then if they're asked to return to school and then have to be stuck on the computer again doing the state testing.
Correct.
It just doesn't seem fair.
Yeah, and keep in mind that the transition from distance learning to hybrid also will necessitate less in-person instruction from the teacher, and students will still have to finish the rest of their calendar day on the computer. And so again, the back and forth, the split assignments, the split schedules does add a lot of complexity to the whole process. We know that we all want our kids to come back to normal as much as possible, but also with the remaining time for the school year, it just adds a lot of complexity. The natural break is not necessarily aligned to that consideration. And then the state testing, especially at the elementary school, will require a lot of adjustment.
Did somebody say 60 to 40% of the teachers would not be the same teachers from distance learning?
We didn't give an exact number, but based on having to create pure classes, whether the student and family request hybrid versus distance learning, there would be a complete change of student schedules. Even for those who didn't opt to go hybrid, their schedules would change as well.
And for elementary, the change would just be for any parent that would request a program different than the program they requested in November. That would require a change of either hybrid to bridge or bridge to hybrid.
I'm sorry, we can't see who's speaking.
I'm sorry, this is Beth Curtis, lead academic agent. So I was speaking about elementary. So elementary doesn't require an entire change of the schedule, but we would like those days to reach out to the parents and ensure that we have them in the correct model that they now are requesting. They may currently be in bridge, but want to be in hybrid. They may currently be signed up for hybrid, but want to remain in bridge. So we'd need to make those adjustments. We'd also, in hybrid, we will have an AM and a PM section. So we will also need to notify parents and let them know that your child will be in the AM section of the hybrid model or a PM section of the hybrid model. So that type of schedule information and communicating with parents would be critical, and we'd need a couple weeks to do that.
Okay. Just a comment. I feel, I don't get to vote on this, but I feel like we need to start surveying families now. I don't feel like this information is adequate anymore. I feel like we need to, if it's going to, I want to give the proper amount of time for us to process that information. So I feel that if even considering in the 9 weeks to come back at all, we should start surveying now, even if it is just going to end up being for next year. I feel like we need updated information about that.
And then with that survey, we need to add the summer school and a year-round option of their choice, because now we have to just sort of move forward with the reality of the summer session being full.
Yeah, and staff is ready to survey the families. We did not want to preempt the board's discussion on this topic. So we're ready to go if the board so directs myself to proceed with that.
I personally think, given the limited amount of time, that to try to do anything about reopening schools this year is going to fall flat on its face. I think it's pack our summer school full and let's do as much as we can with the distance learning and be in top form next year to open up.
I would agree with that. And I would start surveying for summer school. And I don't know if it makes sense to survey at the same time for next school year. Does anybody know the dates right off the bat? The date of ending school this year and next year beginning school? Okay.
School
Are you
ends
reaching for that, Miss O'Kelly?
Uh,
Are you reaching for those dates?
Well, I was looking to see if they're in the write-up at the back of the agenda, but it's more, well.
I think Dr. Chavez has that information.
Okay.
I also had a question about the special education, the transportation. That's going to take a lot more time. A lot of times they need more assistance getting on and off the bus and having the cohorts, but they might, we need to include for the next school year in summer about the therapy aides and the occupational therapists and all those, bringing them back on board, or who would remain on bridge with that parent option.
Yes, and all of that is being considered. And again, that's what adds to the complexity of transportation. We have a large percentage of our kids who receive transportation services who are not in special education as well. So it's a huge undertaking for us. But Dr. Chavez, you have those dates that were requested earlier?
Yes, this is Dr. Chavez. Yes, our school ends this year, June 3rd.
Okay, and next school year begins?
Let me go ahead and pull that up and I will be right back.
Thank you, Dr. Chavez. I was close. I thought June 2nd was the end date. So,
Yes,
Montez.
Summer school looks like it's going to begin on June 8th.
Thank you, Board President, Mr. Martinez. Yeah, I just have a comment. I just would like to recommend that if we do survey parents, let's make sure we survey both in English and Spanish. And maybe I don't have to say that, but just in case. Also, I think it'd be good to survey the parents of the elementary schools, whether they want to do morning or afternoon.
Part of the new survey that would have to go out, if we're talking K through 6, the parents need to understand that, because I know not everyone is tuned in. But that would definitely weigh heavily, because if they have multiple children of varying ages, that would impact their calendar substantially.
Yes, and that's what happened with the first survey, that we did do it in English and Spanish with the survey between AM and PM. And we did offer for parents to try to keep the household together. And then it also, again, it doesn't change as much as they may anticipate changing, because they still have to spend part of the day with their kids, because their kids will be at home for part of that school day.
Correct. Parents need to understand that it's not getting back to normal quickly.
No.
As you and I spoke a few weeks ago, somewhere on the news in the past 10 days, 2 weeks, I read that this pandemic could last, before we're back to what we considered normal a year and a half ago, could last 4 and 5 years before we get back to that.
Yes.
But before the end of the pandemic, where we can start getting back to school, even if it's half day, starting with transitional through 6, then moving into full K through 12, it's going to take a while. I know the public wants it, and I want them to have that, but we have to protect our students. We have to protect our staff. We have to make sure that we have teachers to fill the slots. Mr. Montes, I saw your hand up.
I agree with you, Board President, Mr. Martinez. And the other thing I wanted to just mention was, if and when we begin reopening the schools, we have to start small, start slow, and I think we should start with those students who perhaps might be the most vulnerable or have the highest needs.
And that is exactly what our reopening plan includes. It's a phase-in model in I believe 5 phases that can be adjusted based on just the circumstances at that time. And it is to start with the neediest kids in mind.
When I say I'm sorry, and when I mean the need, the ones with the most needs, I'm talking about special needs.
Yes, special education and probably homeless youth are at the top of those priority groups. That's exactly what it is.
And we're just not reopening schools. We're just reimagining education. So it's never going to be the way it was before. So we're creating opportunities. We're learning and we're developing, and we need the parent input and the students input and the staff input, because this is uncharted territory, and it's exciting, it's scary, but the teachers and our leadership team and the board and everyone's working together. We might be a model system and a model district. So that's our goal. Make it better than what it was before.
I've said it more than once that we have to recreate education. And that's basically what you're saying. Dr. Avila, have we any way of knowing what teachers are willing and ready to come back at any point in time? Meaning for summer school, for the next year, let's say, well, we don't have a beginning date yet, but let's say it's August 20-something. Do we know how many teachers are willing to come back and able to come back?
I'm not sure that we have done that survey. Keep in mind that once we choose to reopen, it is mandatory for staff to report, minus those special circumstances that we would have to address at that case on a case-by-case level. But to survey the staff, I don't know the latest numbers. We would need to, just like with parents, survey the staff to see who would prefer to come back to in-person instruction versus Bridge Academy.
Yes, because they will have needs as well.
Of course.
So as mentioned more than once tonight, parents may be making the assumption coming back normal, but they're realizing now that it's half a day or less, that they may or may not have the same teacher. The odds are it would not be the same teacher, and it's only to T through sixth grade. Any input? Yes, Ms. Lopez.
I have a question. Have we brought it to, do we have a plan in place of, just so that we can try to get something started for this year, of maybe even just starting out in terms of like tutoring sessions, in terms of, you know, some supplemental support on campus? If we, I don't see us opening up this year. Just based off of timeline and logistically, I don't see it happening. But is there any in-person support that we can give to our students? Anything that, any programs in place that we can see happening that way? Is there a plan for that?
Currently, the only thing being considered right now that will be brought to the board for your consideration is bringing back special groups of special needs kids before the end of this particular school year. And that's the only thing that the staff is considering right now.
Okay, do we have any other discussion that needs to be had? Any comments before we change topic?
Yes,
Okay.
I just, Board President, Mr. Martinez.
Yes, go ahead.
I think it's important. I think it's important that the community hear, in a nutshell, because we heard a lot of information, we received a lot of data, and for those parents and members of the community who are watching or will see this meeting at home, is it okay if we just get in a nutshell the recommendation from the staff who gave us the presentation and gave us the data on the difficulties about opening up before the end of the school year? Can we have somebody just in a nutshell clarify that? Dr. Avila?
Yes, and are we speaking for them to summarize it now or summarize it in a communication to families?
Both. For the people who are watching at home, I think it's important that they hear it directly. They hear the recommendation directly from our directors in charge of secondary and primary education, so that they understand exactly where they're coming from.
Absolutely. So Derek, Dr. Chavez, and Beth Curtis, if we can just quickly summarize the presentations you made for the board, both in general related to COVID and numbers for Derek, Beth Curtis for elementary and some of the challenges there, and Dr. Chavez, if you can do the same for secondary.
I would like to see the pictures of the classrooms and the supplies that have been purchased. I myself is a visual type of learner. And so on the Rialto website, you know, to display, you know, all the behind the scenes things that we saw in the presentation to remain on the website so people can view.
No, we can do that. I was talking with staff recently. We plan on posting almost a summary of where we are as a district at a glance with respect to COVID, reopening plans, and things of that nature, to post it for easy to view and easy to understand for the general public. So we will absolutely get that done. Derek?
Thank you, Dr. Avila. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, thank you also, Vice President Montes, for asking for it in a nutshell. Facilities can be ready. We do have personal protection equipment for student and staff. We can implement those, and we can have those ready in a relatively short time. However, it's important to understand that at this current time, even though we're trending as a county in certain areas and Rialto's numbers have fallen, Rialto is still trending higher than most districts within our own county. The most recent data where we were at 12.8 is not only higher than the county, but at that time it was the second highest in the entire county. So this board has always done what's best for our students and what's best for Rialto, considering what other districts are doing, but you've always stuck to your guns and did what's best for our district. The reality of it is that although we're using adjusted case rates and other things are falling, our students would be returning in a Rialto environment. They would be traversing Rialto neighborhoods and Rialto community, and they're in a much higher positive case rate per 100,000 than other similarly situated districts at this current point in time. It's also noteworthy to know that grades 7 through 12 are not even within our reach at this current point in time. So we're having a discussion primarily about K through 6. Although 7 through 12 may come within our reach, it currently is not within your reach at this point in time until the county itself is out of the purple tier and into a red tier and demonstrate that for 2 consecutive weeks. So the facilities can be ready. There are a number of challenges and difficulties. Many people are still waiting for vaccinations. They've had their first shot, but they haven't had their second one, and many are still waiting for an appointment to get their first shot. So we have many hurdles to get over. With the level of difficulty, bringing everyone back, with what we would have to do to get everything ready, rerouting students, transportation issues, and other issues, it would be a monumentous task for the district. But as always, if our superintendent needs us to do it and the board needs us to do it, we'll get it done. But we would have to consider, are we doing that in the best interest of students? I was asked for my honest opinion, and I gave it to you. With that, we're going to turn it over to Beth Curtis, our lead academic agent.
Good evening again, board. So in terms of elementary and opening for hybrid instruction, it is doable. What we need, board, is just a couple of weeks to finalize those preparations, to communicate, to change schedules and classrooms as needed, to update the community on our procedures, to change state testing schedules, and just do what we need to do in order to finish the year strong. So we're here and ready if you make this decision, and that's elementary in a nutshell.
Hello, board. So as Mr. Harris mentioned, for 7th through 12th grade students, we are currently not eligible to return to schools. It is the recommendation that for secondary schools will remain in distance learning, because of the time restraints. So even if we begin the process tomorrow with serving our students and then doing the scheduling, we would miss the mark of March 29th. March 29th is that natural grading period that would push into fourth quarter. To move student schedules after fourth quarter would be detrimental to our secondary students, and it would be a logistical nightmare for our teachers to have to share grades, make sure that they have common assignments. It would hinder our students more than it would benefit them. So the recommendation for secondary would be to remain in distance learning. And that's it.
Including 6th grade?
We are able to return to 6th grade. So if we need to do 6th grade, that is definitely something that we could do.
Yes, so 6th grade falls within the elementary reopening, but it falls under the secondary logistics that Dr. Chavez just described. So it still presents some of the same challenges, even though they'd be eligible to reopen under the elementary model.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
So if we did move to reopen from T through sixth grade, and then we were allowed to reopen 7 through 12, they'd be on totally different calendars then, and that would really mess things up, wouldn't it? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes. In a nutshell of a nutshell, yes.
Okay.
You're on mute, Nancy.
I just think it doesn't make sense.
I believe that this discussion has come.
I'm sorry, what are we doing?
We told her we're going to tell you. Miss O'Kelly, go ahead.
Okay. I just want to reiterate what I said before. Given the limited amount of time, it is not in the best interest of our students to try to get them back to school this year. They are used to distance learning at this point. They have a relationship with the teacher that they have. And in my opinion, they are much better off finishing out the year, knowing next year is going to be a great year and they're going to be back in school. But I think if we try to do too much too soon, it will not go well and nobody will be happy. That's just my opinion.
I just want to thank Dr. Avila, Mr. Harris, Ms. Chavez, Dr. Chavez, and Mrs. Curtis for all of the in-depth information and data they gave tonight. Definitely a lot for us to consider, and definitely a lot for the community to consider.
Thank you, Vice President Montes. Martinez, are you with us? There's no sound coming through.
I believe his microphone might have went out on his laptop or computer. And if it's okay with him, while he calls in, so we can hear him through audio, through the telephone. In the meantime, if you guys want to continue the discussion, or if there's no more discussion, perhaps we can move on to the next item.
Yes, let's move on.
Yes. Yes.
Board President, Mr. Martinez, could you nod your head if you're okay with us moving on to the next item? Can you hear us, Board President, Mr. Martinez? Can you hear our audio?
No, he can't hear. Can't hear the audio yet.
So in the interim, Vice President Montes, can you please take the helm and make sure that we move the agenda to the next item?
I was about to say that due to the responsibilities that have been entrusted to me, I will go ahead. Thank you, Ms. Walker. I will go ahead and let's move on we'll go ahead and pass the gavel back to Board President Mr. Martinez as soon as he joins us telephonically. So if nobody has anything else, we'll go ahead and move on to the next item, which is F9, discussion regarding reopening of athletic programs.
Thank you, Vice President Montes, and Dr. Chavez will be joining us to give information to the board for context and consideration if the board so wishes for her to do so.
Yes.
Am I back?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna start my audio and give it a shot. Okay, what did I miss?
We transition to the next item, and I am asking the board if they grant me permission to have staff make a presentation of information for the board to consider as we begin our discussion on this item.
All right, please continue. I apologize for the interruption and the chaos. My connection died.
Dr. Chavez, if you can proceed with the presentation to the board.
I don't know about anybody else, but I can't wait till we can meet in the boardroom instead of on the computer.
Dr. Chavez, you're on mute. If you can unmute yourself, Dr. Chavez.
Okay, there we go. We were having technical issues. I apologize. So, Board Dr. Avila, thank you again for allowing me to speak on another important item here for our school district. Previously, we were asked what the first day of school for next school year will be, and it's August 8th. So, just wanted to get that information. So, this information here is information as it pertains to athletics and the potential reopening of our athletics program. Okay. As of March 2nd, 2021, the adjusted case rate for San Bernardino County has fallen below 14 cases per 100,000 in population as it relates to new COVID-19 cases. When the adjusted case rate is at 14 or below, school districts may allow the return of our athletic programs. Should the decision be made to reopen athletics, please consider the following. Sports in session will be baseball, golf, soccer, softball, swim and dive, tennis, track and field, badminton, basketball, and wrestling. On this slide, you can see the last allowed contest date for these sports. Now you may ask why it's important. These dates pertain to the information on our.
I'm sorry, Patty. Somebody needs to mute their computer. They got all kinds of stuff going on in the background. Go ahead, Patty.
Okay, we can go to the next slide. The reason why those dates are important, and again, I'm just going over information so that the board can make an informed decision if we do move athletics. So if we do approve to return to athletics, we would need at least a 2-week allowance for the players, coaches, and our student athletes. Students would need time to condition prior to any form of competition. We can all remember that this year during NFL, there were a lot of injuries, and that was, partly due to the fact that they didn't have enough time for that conditioning, that practice period. We want to make sure that our students are safe. Please keep in mind that students, if and when we return to competitive sports, would only be competing in a small limited amount of competitive events due to the following factors. The 2 weeks away for clearance that were just shared, the conditioning time, and then the last allowable date for competition. that really narrows down allowable time that we have for students to compete. Please keep in mind that there is also a shortage of available referees needed to support the athletic competitive process. And lastly, currently, the league that we are in has a set schedule, and Rialto is not part of that schedule. Because as of till now, we have said that we were not, we haven't discussed the reopening of our programs. There may be opportunities for us to explore Rialto being added to that current league schedule. And that's it. Any questions?
Welcome to WebEx. Enter your access code or meeting number followed by pound.
Huh?
Someone's trying to log on.
Oh.
And maybe I know we lost Mr. Martinez again. Mr. Montes, he did ask if you can proceed with the meeting because he's not sure if he'll be able to log back on. But in summary, Ms. O'Kelly, as with our academic programs and reopening of schools, our staff has worked very diligently to prepare a reopening plan with all the safety measures in place, updating the plan as the recommendations or guidelines have changed. Staff is ready to receive the athletes in a very safe environment. Is very different than having the kids in inside quarters like classrooms and having the same volume of kids. This is outdoor activity. It is conditioning. The numbers again may change. And so it is a little bit different than, again, opening up for an in-person instruction. And so staff does believe that with proper guidance, with proper staffing, that we'd be able to allow our athletes to return for the conditioning phase of the process.
Can we get that? Can we get that presentation back up, Ms. Chavez, please? The last slide.
Sure, and that is correct. We have a reopening plan. Our athletic directors and our high school principals have been an integral part of the development of that plan, and we would be ready to begin if that is something being considered.
I just wanted to point something out, but before I do that, ladies first, go ahead, Mrs. O'Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Montes. I just want to say I am all for this, 100%. The kids need to be out there. First of all, just seeing, I'm sure they're seeing their friends doing all kinds of things we don't know about, but they need to be out there, and they are athletes. They want to use their bodies in the right way. So I just feel that we really, this is a no-brainer to me. They're going to be outside. I would like to know that the coaches are all vaccinated, if that's possible, and whatever. But I think it's perfectly safe at this time to try to do this, and I think it's wonderful for our students.
Vice President Montes? Can
Yes,
we make this an action item tonight? Or
No.
do we have to put it on the agenda for our next meeting or a special board meeting? That's my question.
Either or, as long as it's the agenda is posted 72 hours before the meeting. But we cannot.
Are we able to have this meeting tomorrow? We're not able to.
If I may, Mr. Montes.
I think we should have a little more discussion before we do that. If that's what the board wishes to do, I just don't know if I'm hearing from staff that this is what they're recommending. And I want to make it clear that it's important that we hear from our superintendent and the department heads in regards to the reopening I think it's important that we hear from the teachers and the classified and make a try to make a decision based on input and recommendations from all of the different branches of the district and the community. We've been hearing from some people in the community. We've gotten some emails, but I think we've heard from some of the student athletes. But I wanted to point out here that according to this last slide, and according to what they said, that our schools are not put on the schedule for competitions. But even if we could be added, or arrangements can be made for our students to compete. This slide points out to a good point in the middle there that says conditioning time is needed.
Right.
I would hate for any of our students to get hurt. I mean, football it's a tough sport. It's a full contact sport. As it is, it's already considered a high risk injury sport because of the crashing of bodies. I just don't think that it would be a good idea to risk our students being hurt without all of the school year that they've missed in training. I do think that and those are the dates of the last allowable contest dates for the sports. We're talking what, 1-2 months tops. May. I don't know if 2 months is enough time for the students to be physically conditioned to compete.
My question was the process for the action item or special meeting that I wasn't clear.
So this item,
what is the process?
Yeah, so this item as it was agendized as a discussion item, just like the previous item, and no action can be taken as a discussion item, but it can be added to a future meeting based on the approval of the board president and the superintendent when they sit down to agendize the next agenda, whether it's a special meeting or a regular meeting.
And just for clarification, there's also there's a regular board meeting, there's a special board meeting, and there's an emergency meeting. This topic wouldn't fall under an emergency meeting, which you essentially need 1 hour to have, as long as you notify the media. This wouldn't qualify as that. This could fall under a special board meeting, which it's required that we post an agenda at least 24 hours in advance. So if it were the board's suggestion that we have a special board meeting tomorrow, it would need to be scheduled for some time at 10 or 11 at night to give us that 24-hour window. But also we need to take into consideration what Vice President Montes just said. If the board wishes to also hear from other stakeholders in terms of their preference to reopen for athletics or not, because we've heard only from a certain group of stakeholders at this point.
Thank you, Dr. Avila. Go ahead, Mrs. O'Kelly.
I would just like to say that I have heard from some of my coaches who, of course, would like us to be back in sports, but they do need the conditioning. They need the physical activity, and they need to be with their friends. So if for no other reason than that, I believe we need to move forward and let them go and assume or pray that everything is going to go well. because there, if you're a high school athlete, you're going crazy not being able to do any athletics. So why don't we let them? Especially when they see all these other school districts are in, maybe they aren't as deep purple as we are, but they are back doing it, and we're not. So
I just want to speak to what Mr. Montez is saying. I don't think that it's nearly as much about being a part of competition as you might think.
Right.
I think it's really about conditioning. I would love to condition right now. I would love to go run the bleachers or do something of that nature. It sounds like something that could help with the situation. There's no, especially for your high school athletes, basically what this meeting just said is that there's no way they're going back to school this year at all. They're going to miss their entire senior year. And if we can let them practice, then we need to let them practice. I don't think we need to be allowing tryouts. I don't think we need to be allowing things like that. We're not going crazy, but definitely if we can have an opportunity of giving them that little bit, I want to give it to them. I want to give them drive-through things. I want to give them things that are possible. Everything that we can, we need to give. That's where I'm at.
Thank you. I agree wholeheartedly. And
Vice President Montez.
Yes, Board President, Mr. Martinez, could you hold that thought? We'll pass the tassel back over to you, but Ms. O'Callaghan was halfway through a comment.
I just want to say, my understanding was this would not be something we would do because they would be in a league, because they're not in a league, because we voted not to continue school for the rest of this year a few months ago. So none of our teams are in a league as far as I understand. And this is just, they can play with other, like Eisenhower can play Carter and Rialto High and blah, blah, blah. And they can just have fun with games and conditioning and get in shape for next year.
Thank you, Mrs. O'Callaghan. Board President, Mr. Martinez, you're back with us. I give the gavel back to you.
I'm here audio-wise only. I'm afraid if I start the video, I'll break it again. So
you sound like me, Joe.
Board President, this is Board Member Walker. Can I have a comment, please?
Yes,
Okay.
but I wanted to see if Derek Harris was in the wings somewhere so that we could have him make comments. And I've been discussing this for like 3-4 weeks now.
Yes, staff is on standby, President Martinez.
Okay. Ms. Walker?
Yeah. So one of my questions, thank you, Mr. Harris, for being here. I'm barely hanging on now. So, but my question was around, our liability around exposure. So I'm all in for. I am all in favor, not for the competition, but for some of the very reasons that Destiny spoke about getting young people outdoors in a way to socialize and to get vitamin D, even though it's raining now, but to get sunshine, and it's going to affect their mental health, right? We already know that. We know that this is devastating our young people. But I want to know about, from this standpoint, even if it's just around athletes and athleticism, what is our risk? What are we talking about as far as our staff? What are the commitments of those staff to be able to not only to be able to supervise, but even monitor how the interaction is with the students, like when they're in their activities, as well as the conditioning. We know if they're going into weight rooms, are we limiting what's happening in the weight rooms and things of that sort? So those are my concerns about that piece, because I don't think that any of the athletes, especially anybody who's a senior, who thought that really that they could go out for the next 6 weeks and think that they were going to end up with a scholarship or something. This is a wrap, right? But it is about this interaction and what is our liability, what is our risk? Have we thought about those things? And the additional staff, not just the athletic director, the additional staff that's going to be needed to monitor those kids And the kids who find out the school is open and kids are down there and they're going to automatically come because it's now open, right? And that's what I'm not worried about it. It's a joyful thing, but have we thought about all of those, what that ripple effect is? And do we have a plan for that?
I chuckled just a little bit. Board Member Walker, because you must have our offices bugged, because all of those questions and all of those items, it's almost amazing. So yes, we have considered all that you talked about. I'm very proud of the work that we've been able to accomplish working with Dr. Chavez, working with our athletic directors, working with our high school administrators, working with personnel, and working with risk management, coming together to consider each of those aspects in terms of staffing, making sure that they've completed all of their mandated training, making sure that they at least have access to receive vaccinations should they so choose to do that. Keep in mind the district has not mandated vaccinations at this point, so we wanted to make sure they each had an opportunity. That opportunity was provided to them last week for them to receive a vaccination, and we currently have an opportunity for them to receive vaccinations. I'm also very proud of the fact that we did develop a return to sports safety plan just in the event that we were called on. And I recently visited Carter High School and looked at one of those plans drawn out in place. So in conjunction with the personal protection equipment that the district purchased, including those scanners, including those portable hand washing stations, we have the ability to set up sanitation stations throughout the campus. We have the ability to keep students in smaller cohorts so that they're not intermingling with each other as little as possible. You mentioned the weight room. All of our activities will be outdoors at this point. We would actually be bringing combo weight kits out of the weight room and setting them out socially distanced so that the kids could go through routines in an outdoor setting. We also have our scanners outside. We also have our handheld thermometers outside, and we have a whole procedure in place when they enter. We worked with our safety and security department to ensure that we have officers in the front and in the back to make sure that we're monitoring, because some of the students will find out, and you're correct, they will try to infiltrate the campus, and that is a liability for us because they shouldn't be here, and if we're not aware of them, then we would be held accountable for activities on the campus. So we have looked at a very detailed and thorough safety plan, including disinfecting of equipment, limited to no sharing of equipment, having students throw a ball through a net and as opposed to throwing it to each other at times, and limiting contact wherever we can. So it's a pretty robust plan that we've put together working in tandem with each other, that I believe liability is what I do. And I believe that we've come up with a pretty good plan that demonstrates a responsible approach to limiting liability while also trying to enhance our students' journey. As student board member Lopez has said, we can give where we can.
Mr. Harris, hold on just a minute, Ms. O'Kelly. Mr. Harris, are all grades going to be able to do this, or are we limiting or having to limit?
Let me let Dr. Chavez talk about the phasing in of sports. Okay.
So, and I did have one more part to that question, but Dr. Chavez, please proceed with just about the sports portion, and then I want to go back to another portion just around the actual outdoor activities.
Right. So, when the board is considering athletics program as a whole, there are two things to consider: conditioning and practicing versus competition. If we're just addressing conditioning, it would be very simple in accordance to the health department guidelines, CIF guidelines, and our own guidelines that we've developed to be able to return all levels to a conditioning format. Our athletic directors have worked tirelessly to create a site plan that would accommodate freshmen, JV, and varsity sports for conditioning on our school sites. So we could do all three levels.
Ms. Walker, finish and then over to Ms. O'Kelly.
So my other question was about, and this is not to put, well, it actually will be putting a wrench in the game, but just to think about when we're talking about, giving this set of students an opportunity to come and engage and socialize and have an opportunity for physical, interaction and conditioning, we once again are leaving out other students. And I'm saying other students who may not necessarily, just because they're not athletes, this again is one of those situations where are we again lifting up the preferential treatment of athletes and giving them opportunities that other students don't get. And because this is such a systemic issue around just access to services and care for students, and because we know so many students are suffering from not, the ability not to engage, whether you're living in an apartment, you just don't have green space outside of your own homes. And we know that this is the case for a lot of our families. And then the other piece about just having an opportunity to have supervised, kind of recreation. We're now, we have not planned out where there's another opportunity where equitably for other students to get this opportunity, whether they be in high school, middle school, or elementary school. And while we're talking about the fact that we are not opening our elementary schools, we understand that those are kind of the most affected by this, because high schoolers, they want to get out, they're leaving anyway, right? But for our elementary school students who do need that supervision, and even our middle school students, have we thought about, and can we think about, can we make a plan even just for some limited PE or physical activity on our campuses, on specific campuses who may be interested in something, to have this type of opportunity for them as well. So that was my consideration. I would like for us to be thinking about that. It's not for something that you have to address tonight, but I definitely want to make sure that we're talking about that so that we can have some equitable opportunities for all of our kids. Thank you.
Ms. O'Kelly?
I was going to say perhaps, especially at the elementary level, we could be working with Parks and Recs to come up with some ideas to have on campus for those students to be able to come on campus and engage with their peers and exercise or do whatever, have fun, play games, something like that might work.
So,
Vice President Montez, is that your hand up, or is that, did you mean to do that?
I don't think Destiny Lopez has a hand like Vice President Montez.
Okay, I can tell the difference. Vice President Montez and then Ms. Lopez.
You're muted, Mr. Montez.
I said, no, that's okay. Ladies first.
Ms. Lopez.
thank you. I am going to say, as a person who plans events and such, that I don't, to speak to what Ms. Walker was saying, I don't see I would love to see some planning and some rules set in place so that school sites can start to do more supervised interactions of students if we're not going back on campus. There's some things that I'm here for in-person graduation, of course. I'm a strong advocate of that, but I would really like to see if we can get some guidelines for that, that would be good for me on a school site's part so that we can start planning for those types of things. So that's my 2 cents.
Specifically, this discussion was about sports. This section of the discussion was about sports, bringing it back, but mostly about conditioning, because they are, as we found out, 2 different options. One is very easy, another is not. It'd be wonderful to find a way for everyone to condition, including staff right now. So, Mr. Harris, do you have any final comments?
I think the board has brought up some very, very good suggestions and has given us a lot to think about and ways that we can move forward and do things in a safe manner. There are a lot of levels that we still have to consider prior to bringing a recommendation to our superintendent to be brought to the board. So thank you for giving us time to analyze some of those suggestions and consider student needs.
And one other topic, President Martinez, that wasn't brought up but was alluded to, and that's not just a liability, but liability under the circumstances that the state itself has not exonerated us for or provided any kind of coverage. If something were to happen, the district would be liable for anything that unfortunately would surface from that. And so we had to take that into consideration as well, even for conditioning.
You took the question right out of my mouth.
Wow.
Thank you, Dr. Avila. Vice President Montes.
I just would like to point out that I understand other school districts are already participating in sports games and conditioning. But we have to think about Rialto. We have to worry about what Rialto, the students of Rialto, whatever other communities or other districts are doing in regards to this is their prerogative. But when it comes to the safety, we got to worry about our kids. I understand the temptation and the desire to want to socialize and get together and work out together, exercise together, and play sports together. I just would like to just caution the board and our community and take into consideration that Rialto is still in the purple, not even in the red. There's some districts that are opening their sports, but they're in the red. So for those people who are not familiar with the tier level, they had it on the presentation earlier, but you would think red is the worst, and it's not. It's the second worst, but it's purple being the most high risk, then red being the second high risk, then orange being somewhat risk, and then what was that last color? Yellow being the least amount of risk. We're not in the orange, we're not even in the red, we're in the purple, in the highest risk. I want to support everybody. I want to support our students. I want to support our coaches. I want to support our student board member. But at the end of the day, we need to make tough decisions that can and may have a factor in people's health and the risk of hurting their health. I have a son right now who is quarantined with COVID-19 here at my house.
How's he doing?
He's doing better. He's doing better. Both him and his friend are quarantined. They both got it at the same time. They probably got it together because they were exercising together. And they're both former Eisenhower athletes.
I know.
And they were going running together. They were lifting weights together. And they both are currently infected with COVID-19 and in quarantine. I myself was tested positive for COVID-19 in January. My other twin son also at the same time was quarantined with me. And even though we experienced minor symptoms, it was still scary. My other twin son that is under COVID right now, under quarantine, is experiencing a little more serious symptoms. We have had to call for an in-home service nurse to come and pump them up full of vitamins and B12s and zinc and IV and it's a service that, like Miss Lewis, it's a service that is now is a new service that is being offered and developing for people who don't have the luxury to leave the house or choose not to because of the risk. I as a parent in this community with the high risk purple tier that we're in, I just at this time cannot vote in favor or be in favor of sending other parents' children to flip the coin and see and hope and pray that they don't get COVID-19. I'm sorry. I just can't do that. Not right now, anyway. People are getting vaccinated. A lot of people are getting vaccinated. In a month from now, more people will be vaccinated. In a month from now, more infections will go down. In a month from now, we might go from the purple tier to the red tier. I don't know. I just know that every day we're making advances. I just don't know if where we're at right now today is enough for us to put anybody at risk. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. That was very well said. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any other comments? Any final questions? Okay, I know that, did I hear a question? Okay. That being the case, we're not able to vote on this tonight. From what I've heard, it wouldn't go the way people that are pushing for conditioning would want it to go anyway.
We weren't supposed to vote tonight anyway.
Correct, we were not. And we cannot. What I can say is I commend every board member. Whatever position you hold, I know it's to be safe with our kids. What I continue to tell everyone is that we are going to move at the speed of safety. And I can guarantee each board member here is doing their best, not to do what they want, but to do what their constituents want. And we represent the community. What I can share with you is that I used to tell my son when he'd come and say, like the communities right now, they're saying, how come other communities are doing this? My son used to come in and say, how come I can't do whatever Johnny and Susie are doing? I used to just look at him, sit him down and say, well, son, maybe we love you more than their parents do. I don't mean that facetiously, but that's what I used to tell my son from the bottom of my heart. And he was an only son. He is an only son. So it's a matter of we're doing the best we can. We're just people. We have good input. We have great staff. For all I know, as Mr. Montez, Vice President Montez said, things may change. We may move into the red. The governor may change things. The superintendent at the county level may change things. There are so many variables, and if nothing else, I can guarantee that spring break will change things for the negative, I'm afraid. I would probably want to see that before I even brought this back for a vote.
Right.
Because if we go in a negative direction, that proves that anybody getting together, especially outside of your immediate family, the ones in your own home, then you're asking for the possibility, you're opening yourself up to that possibility. And at my age, I'm very careful. Anyone on the board is very careful. but not everyone is a wise soul like Miss Lopez here. Wisdom and wise beyond her years. Most just want to hang out and have fun, and they should have every right to do that when it's safe. That's all I can advocate for at this moment tonight, because I was wanting to push this in a positive direction for the people who wanted to condition, but my mind has actually been changed. So I would have to wait until after spring break before I could even think about bringing this back. And hopefully we have some good advice and some good statistics by then, and can actually feel good about opening the world up to everybody that wants to go have it their way. Then they can go to Burger King. Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Joe. Good.
We have one more item, adjournment.
And Mr. Martinez, if I may,
yes,
just
sir.
quickly, just want to thank the board for this discussion, open and honest discussion, and just commend the board for taking the positions that you have taken. It really does take a lot. It's not an easy position to be in, knowing that there's interest from multiple sides, and we're trying to do our best to accommodate the needs of our community. But as Mr. Martinez said, moving at the speed of safety is something that we need to keep at the forefront under these conditions. And without being flippant about this, I know very few people, if any, who, insist, request, in some cases demand that decisions be made by others, but will take no responsibility for those consequences of those decisions that they demand that others make. And so that's where I draw my inspiration from, the positions that you've taken, and I commend the board for the positions that you've taken up to this point. And we'll continue to monitor the data. And as Mr. Martinez said, if things change for the better, then we'll be in a different position to maybe make other considerations. Thank you, President Martinez.
Thank you, Dr. Avila, and everyone on the board, and all the staff the staff family that advised us well. Thank you for doing a great job in doing so. We have only one more item on the agenda, and that is adjournment. So the next regular meeting of the Board of Education of the RIALTO Unified School District will be held virtually on March 24th at 7 p.m. and available to the public via YouTube stream. Materials distributed or presented to the Board of Education at the board meeting are available upon request from the superintendent's office. I entertain a motion to adjourn from our student board members.
I just need motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. You make me proud every meeting. And can I have a second?
Second.
Second, third, and fourth, and fifth. I hear you. Okay. Preferential vote by student board member.
Aye.
Thank you. Ms. Walker?
Aye.
Ms. O'Kelly?
Aye.
Clerk Lewis?
Aye.
That's what I was laughing about, because I expected to hear that from Vice President Montez. Vice President Montez, going once, going twice. Okay, I'll come back after I vote. And I vote in the affirmative. Aye. Are you there, Vice President Montez?
He's giving us thumbs up. He can't unmute.
Okay, yeah, then they're done that. Okay, thank you. It is a unanimous vote for the record. Vice President Montez has motioned, physically given the thumb up, that he agrees. He concurs that it is an aye vote. So at 10:06, we are adjourning this meeting of the RIALTO Unified School District. And if Dr. Avila, if you could post all the information for the public to review. and give me a holler when you have a chance, and